all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pushing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello everybody, how's it going? Oh boy, it is, it's time to finish the main game of Dual Destinies. This has been a long time coming. I'm looking forward to seeing how this game ends. We're gonna probably wax a little bit about my initial thoughts on the overall game whenever we get to the end. And I know you guys have been talking a little bit about the DLC and about Spirit of Justice in the chat while we've been waiting. And yeah, like I said, I'm definitely going to be getting to the DLC soon. As for Spirit of Justice, I've been ruminating on that a little bit over the past couple months or so, and I'm still not like 100% decided on exactly when, how I want to do that, but my overall thought is generally that we're probably going to be getting to it sooner rather than later. But the specifics will have to wait for another time. That being said, let's just get right to it with Mr. Apollo, who just busted in to ruin my mojo. What you doing here, boy?
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay Terran. But
Apollo, why would you...
Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say.
Oh, the switch up. The Miss Sykes instead of Athena. Damn, you're pissed, aren't you, dude?
What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me, too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do.
Apollo. Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately.
Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Tarrant. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in Boarding Lounge 1, when the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacks Mr. Tarrant with the same kind of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via Boarding Lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Tarrant's true killer was. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. Better rearrange my evidence. Just, oh, okay, hold on, give me a minute. He's like pulling things out of his briefcase. He's like arranging them on the desk. He's like, no, no, yes, yes, okay. No, not that.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Yeah, well, I'm just really mad, to be honest. I don't have anything in specific I really wanted to say other than I'm just really pissed off.
I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Tarrant. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That's why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Alright, that was a pretty straightforward testimony.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you're charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor. Because that's the conclusion my investigation has led me to.
But, Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too?
Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Alright. I have a feeling that this is a definite press everything kind of testimony.
Hold it!
What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes?
It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Tarrant, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, because she had probably seen it in the previous murder. You know, the one we were just talking about. I mean, it's understandable for Apollo to be suspicious in that moment, but at this moment, that should be a moment of like, oh, okay, now I understand, you know. I don't know. Whatever. God forbid this trial happen tomorrow. Literally.
And then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells.
But that's why you did that?
So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago. Okay, yeah, we're bringing that up.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clayton.
Oh my god. My counter argument is no, and also fuck you. Alright.
My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer, too. I guess he has a point.
Does he? Bro is kinda on to nothing right now, but if you say so, Phoenix.
But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her.
Okay, go on. Go ahead. Yeah, there's also this, obviously. The growing suspicions are confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about it yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape.
Hold on. I'm not gonna present anything. I do want to look at that lighter again, though, real quick. Because, yeah, that's the one that Fulbright just brought out of nowhere. I don't know, it just seems awfully convenient. Even now, I'm still harping on this. I'm still fucking harping on this, that it just seems extremely convenient. But alright, anyway.
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there's a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launchpad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Tarrant and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Tarrant's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day.
I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions.
Monado Boy with the $5. I haven't caught up yet, so I'll watch this as a VOD later. Enjoy this peak tier case. This is where Blackwell Athena becomes some of my absolute faves. Thank you so much. I've been really enjoying both of them so far in this case. Obviously I have my complaints about the case and, you know, the game in general, but Athena and Blackwell in particular I've been really enjoying.
When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2.
That must have been when the camera captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. Wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears.
What? Why?
Order! Order in the court! That can't be! But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved that in the previous... proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched. The fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that's vintage Phoenix right. That's why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own coworker?
I mean, I don't know about that necessarily.
You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer.
I mean, very debatable.
However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court.
Flipface4 with the $10. Sadly it works, so I can't keep watching, but genuinely this is my fave case in the series so far, and I'm excited to watch the VOD. Thank you so much, I appreciate it. I hope you have a good time, or well, good time. I hope you have a an easy time at work. Yeah, by the way, yeah, remind me, this is the Kristoff thing, right? Yeah, that's, I do have to say, I'm a little mixed on this part so far, but doing that with Apollo is, it's pretty spicy. It's pretty saucy, I gotta say. Anyway.
Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
Yeah, I thought this was gonna be one of those testimonies.
Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? Hello, Internet! Welcome to Court Theory. I'm mad! Your client is guilty. Oh my god. Looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... You think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Phoenix? Things that I am asking myself all the time.
Is there an alternative escape route?
I mean, logically, what do I say to that? No, I'm wrong. I mean, I'll save anyway, but... Oh, wait. I have no idea what I'm saying, but yes!
Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you?
Yes. Me? Bluff? No way! He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. Oh? Oh, was that just... As long as you can... Oh, okay, it is still just a bluff.
Clear up this doubt inside me! Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt, so that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
So that you can really trust me?
It seems your junior partners just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant, while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely. When the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That's exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is, what's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid! That's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like this.
Zero Paradox. This is a nice moment, but why are they all saying this out loud? Do they know they're in a narrative? I mean, you know, it kind of comes with the territory with these sort of like over the top, sort of like, you know, sort of cartoonish narrative. I mean, I don't mean that as an insult. I just mean that's the tone, obviously. So it's like the characters are gonna state the themes, but it's, you know, it's whatever.
Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright. Where do you think the culprit escaped to?
Oh god, okay. Atropos of the $2. Silly Marcy, this game doesn't have themes. That's right, because you see, sometimes a story is just a story and it doesn't have themes. Oh man. I love people. I sure love people. Okay, yeah. That definitely is a safe scum. I don't know why I keep going down there. But yeah, this is definitely a save scum moment. Okay. Director Cosmos is at the southern exit, yes. Leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Hi, Wrench. I'm glad to hear that. I'm always very happy when I can infect other people with my brain rot. Okay. God damn it. Think out of the box. I mean, because here's the thing. I feel like the most unlikely answer on the surface would be the control room. Because, you know, it's like, that's very obviously not a place that you could normally go with the hand printing thing. Yeah, he obviously went through the crack in the TV screen. True! Fuck. This is tough. This is actually tough. Since when was Dual Destinies allowed to ask me a question that made me think for a while? I mean, okay, it obviously has made me think before, but I just mean, like, the game itself has, like, in most instances been pretty easy up to a point. But... I mean, I don't know. I don't know, man. like cryptic. Yeah. Oh, wait. Maybe they phased through the wall. Maybe they're a Skyrim character and they clipped out of bounds. What did the witnesses see? Yeah, hold on. So there's Aura's statement. That doesn't really tell me much, though. I mean, God. Hold on. I need to look at this this thingy again. Or the what would piss off everyone in this case? That's a really funny way to put it. Yeah. Look, I'm just... Chat, I'm gonna be real with you. I think I'm just gonna kind of try to fudge this shit and see what happens. Like, we're already at the point, like, where I think I've already made enough mistakes, like, throughout the rest of the game, where it's like, I'm not trying to get, like, a great, like, you know, like, number or whatever at this point. So let's not hold ourselves up too much.
Take that!
Did they vent? No. Alright. Did they phase through the wall? No. Did they walk through the very obvious door? What? Okay.
They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through the door.
Objection!
Alright. Fair enough, I guess.
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into Boarding Lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. Ugh. I knew it. It's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into Boarding Lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the Boarding Lounge 2 security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But you know, I only watched this part of the video. I didn't think to rewind 5 minutes, so let me do that real quick just to make sure. But the only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor.
Pork Laser with the $2. Well, $50 is on the line for a few mistakes. I mean, yeah, like, I to be real with you, I thought I had passed that a long time ago. I wasn't really keeping up especially close with it, but, like, I was under the impression that we were already beyond that point.
There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. What could the answer be? Was there really no other escape route? But, hold on a sec. What if...
Oh, well, I mean, that's very kind of you. And I do appreciate it, but, like, you know, obviously, like, we made the square bet. Like, don't feel pressured to fudge it on my behalf. You know, I'm okay to accept an L. It's fine.
Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? What if they're a tree monster? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time, which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit. Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone for the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2?
Outside? I mean, that's typically where you find leaves, I suppose. Okay. Huh.
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Ah! Do you mean... Yep. Well, the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door. It was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center! You're... freaking... insane!
Objection!
The culprit is Swamp Thing.
Do you know how impossible that would be? That corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap on the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Well, I wouldn't put it past grandfather. If you don't know what I mean by that, don't worry about it.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building.
What? Okay. Let's see. What? Wait. No. Right? Hold on. Hold on. You can't be serious. Falls Ventus with the $10. Welcome Apollo to witnessing Phoenix's BS in the courtroom for the first time ever. He's like, oh my god, this is the guy I look up to. Okay.
Take that!
It really...
An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action.
my Mario 64 dive jump. Woo!
And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined?
Wow!
Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Alright then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place. An unstable ladder. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct.
Okay. I know where this is going. Human beings feel fear, but you see, the Phantom feels nothing because he's a weirdo.
An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down. And then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap? All in the brief moment the corridor and ladder passed by each other? That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. But what kind of person would attempt to do something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth! This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw?
Kirby Superstar with $5. It's funny how this method of escape is very ridiculous, yet in my opinion it feels more believable than Max's cap clinging onto his bust and cape clinging onto his bust in case 2-3. Case 2-3. Yeah, in some ways, yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth is right. It does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. Everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Aha! I've got it this time! I can prove that there's someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route.
Take that!
What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do.
Yeah, see, like, and you guys have obviously been talking about it in the chat for the past couple minutes. I had kind of been thinking about this since last time, to be honest. I'm not, like, particularly jazzed about that. Because, yeah, it's just like, you know, oh, wow, the person who has atypical feelings, person who doesn't process human emotions the way most people do, I guess they're just a weirdo serial killer then. Like, yeah, it's, I don't care for that very much. Antithess with the $2. It's not ridiculous that the culprit just kins Mario. You know, fair enough. No, you see, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not being ableist. I'm just trying to point out that, he jumped super good, so there was no need to worry. Oh, my mistake. I understand now. Yeah, like, yeah, but yeah, I do, like, understand what they're going for, but I do also believe it is kind of in poor taste. Or at least, you know, the way it is explained or phrased is a little eh.
In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? What? Right. You can't be serious. Without the oh my god, the text is going so fast. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare.
Neon Roses is the $5. The Phantom has a disorder that normal people don't. Yeah, good Rena callback. He had those leg braces from Portal. True. No, don't worry, Seaberry. They're just making a reference to another thing from a different stream.
Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air.
Atropos for the $2. Right. Are we doing ableism?
Haven't we before? Is this beyond us? He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted? That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright.
But was there such a person there at the scene?
Yes. The Phantom. That mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up.
Oh dear.
The Phantom. Again? I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran. What?
Oh, wait.
What?
This rings a little funny to me when Phoenix 2 games ago ran full sprint across a flaming bridge. Well, yeah.
I'm like this. Even I could do this.
Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue.
There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? I forgot. This Phantom has been haunting this case. Pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be?
I do have to say, though, for as much as I'm, like, pretty iffy on a lot of the stuff with the Phantom. I think the no theater mask is a really cool design choice. Just symbolically, for what it means and what they're kind of going for there. I think that's like it's a cool sort of like visual indicator of a lot of things. I think that's pretty cool.
Right. This escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start, as was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads.
Care Bear Mouse with the $2. Oh, my Phantom haunts. You mean my ghost tricks? Maybe that would be a fun game to stream at some point, honestly.
The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right.
I mean, yeah, like, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but my point isn't whether or not it's, like, especially intentional. It's just that, like, whether it is intentional or not, it can still come across insensitively.
But it doesn't explain this one last thing.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be.
So you mean... the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Wait a minute.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
Wait a second. Care Bear and Ross with the $5. Have you played Ghost Trick? The rule of Ghost Trick is that you have to involve someone who's never played it. It's law. Get Bart Simpson on the line. I have played Ghost Trick. I just, like, have not been able... Like, I got through most of it as a kid, and then just for some reason, like, I guess I just got busy with school or something, and it just didn't, like, I didn't end up finishing it. And then now I... obviously own the remaster and I want to get back into it. I played a lot of it whenever I was sent the preview copy, but again, it was just one of those things where I was really busy. But yeah, I do want to get back to it pretty soon. Anywho. Oh god, I feel a sneeze coming on. Ugh. You gotta keep playing before chat spoils. Well, I told chat not to spoil, so if they do, then that's on them, and they can suffer the wrath for it. So if you don't want to suffer the wrath and explode into a million flaming pieces, then keep it to yourself.
Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the... Ah! You've got to be kidding me! Did you figure it out, right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than...
I mean, they made this one pretty obvious. I've been sus of you for a little while now, though. Care Brown Ross with the $2. When my donation turns your chat into a firing squad. All right. Let's do it.
After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind.
So, I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped. Oh, I think that, yeah, and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What? Are you saying... You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom!
Oh, man. I kinda saw this bit coming as soon as he mentioned that. Although, I do have to say that, like, choosing Fulbright in particular to be a villain is, like, in concept, I think it's kind of cool, just because he's, like, you know, so present throughout the entire game, and he's, like, such a nice guy. Well, nice guy. He does some things that are a little, but for the most part, you like him. So.
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Wright, who could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving, slowly, so he waited for the right time. Got a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-pated detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time, I thought... Sorry we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's in justice we trust.
Then, his concern for Simon was also just one big act?
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions.
And tear the defendant apart. That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled. Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that blood-stained lighter to court too.
Yeah, hence my suspicion.
The scumbag even made me turn on Athena. Damn it! How the hell did I fall for that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well.
Care Bear and also the $2. My name, Toxic Yowie, and Blackwell Angst we trust. Jeez.
Your Honor, the defense demands to be to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess, and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
Simon SHELO with the with the 50. Sorry. What currency is that again? I can't remember. Thank you, regardless. Gumshoe in the Precinct, never replace me again. True. Is it, huh? Pal? Kitty with the 2 pounds. Bro was electrocuting Simon for the lols. Literally, yeah, that's what I was thinking about when I kind of was like, it's the peso. Okay. I wasn't like 100% sure, because I actually don't know if anybody has donated in that currency in a stream before this point. Twister's 4 with the $2. Bobby taking a jackhammer to the SS Brightquill. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna last much longer right now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I...
Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
You got it, boss.
Oh, sopping wet dog Apollo.
Apollo?
Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor?
What is it?
Could you... punch me, please?
What? Why should I do that?
Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust...
Ouch! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did.
Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her.
You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. I guess I know now who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. It looks like you have some promising young people working under you.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Laura Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Miss Blackwell!
I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did come because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura.
She'd better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault.
Yes, it's true. The courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just... I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis' killer down.
Leave it to us. We'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least.
Oh, hey. Front-facing Blackwell, which always throws me off. Flawless Walrus with the Canadian $2. Or, are you just saying the ends justify the means? No, we can't go back. We can't go back to this. We cannot do this again. Get out of my head.
Simon. I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful.
I never imagined you would go that far, though you were always extreme. But I don't recall ever requesting your help.
As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet.
Care Baron Ross with the $2. Toxic yaoi between Fulbright and Means in prison. Oh God, I don't even want to imagine that. I don't even want to think about like the absolute fuckery that they would get up to. I don't want to see their ideals clash. I don't want to see the result of this.
You have my heartfelt thanks, Laura. I'm sorry it caused you so much anguish.
Simon. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that.
Laura.
All right. That's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center.
Care Baron Ross with $2. The justice justifies the means, Marcy. Does it? Does it, though?
What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother.
I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. I murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena.
Antithess with the $10. Okay, but I like how Aura is an example of the overall effect of the Dark Age of the Law while also getting justice for Metis despite the means, and not saying the ends justify the means every 5 minutes. No, yeah, I mean, like, as sort of, like, over the top as that plot point kind of was, I do agree that it sort of conveys that particular theming a lot more subtly than with means, for sure.
Chief Prosecutor. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along. After all, it's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you're hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity, and uncover the truth by your own hand. I'm much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you?
Antithess with the $5. Also, Aura is a lesbian, which skyrockets her to a top-tier character. Also true!
How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher. The light, brighter.
I think that... Don't get me wrong, I know that this is more of a symbolic victory for him. But I do think it is really funny where it's like, you know... Wow, finally, my cuffs are off. Like, bro, your cuffs have been off so many times in this game. Oh, jeez.
And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
I mean, yeah, true, Catgirl, Princess Felicia, but, like, still, you know what I mean, though.
I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we've still got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense's bench with me.
I am? You're allowing me to be in the story?
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. That leaves you, Apollo. But are you sure you want me? Are you sure you want me?
Oh my god. Apollo, that's such a sad thing to say. That's... Oh my god. I'm just, like, struck by the bluntness of it. Are you sure you want me in the game? The baconing with Canadian $2. Hey, you can't be electrocuted now. Also true.
I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo.
Athena, I can say it with my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it!
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Oh my god. What a thing to say.
Now this is the Apollo I know.
Welcome back, Apollo.
It's almost time for the trial to restart. Though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am!
Let's do this!
This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. The courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today.
Fact, Apollo kept his bandages on so people would feel bad for him.
I didn't really need most of these. I was just kind of feeling, you know, I was in my Sonic Boom era. Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, although back then, I thought you were more loud than you were reliable.
God damn, Phoenix! You're fucking being so mean to this guy.
Yeah, you know, back then I thought to myself, I don't know why this guy gets a game to himself. I'm just gonna make it all about me. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot.
You realized that you're not cut out to be the main character and you let me back in, which was the right choice.
Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well.
He's still got that ego of his, though.
And Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring the witness in immediately.
Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess.
Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am.
Detective Fulbright, do you know why you've been called to give testimony?
Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that's because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies!
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey!
He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. You must be feeling awfully confident.
I thought you said they didn't feel anything, Phoenix. Get this man off the stand. Get this man off the stand. He's a hack. He's a fraud. Anyway.
Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get your testimony.
Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that.
Robert Fulbright. Where do you think you're going, Robert? Kitty with the 2 pounds. It's time for divorce. More like... Yeah. Yeah.
I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it.
So you're saying the suspicions against you are completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit?
That's right. Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have proof. You're correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you!
Please don't throw the book at me.
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright?
But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
I do have to say, though, as a character trait for, like, you know, obviously assuming, yes, this is the Phantom, yes, he's, you know, tricking everybody, blah, blah, blah. I have to say, it is a really funny character trait to just have the guy be like, I'm just gonna fuck with these guys. I'm just gonna be silly as hell for no other reason than to piss them off.
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner, after all.
Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are at this point only suspicions. As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Now ask away and don't hold back.
Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Toxic Yowie breakup is starting. Oh no. Kids, look away. Don't watch them argue.
I am the very embodiment of justice itself.
Hold that thought. Are you sure about that? Care Bear and Ross with the $2. Oh, him? Just a funny little Fulbright pissing you off. Yeah.
The embodiment of justice. Those are just empty words.
But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over?
All right. All right. Let's just move on. I got nothing to say to you. I don't honestly know why I contested this point.
I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments.
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory.
Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes...
What? Hold on, can we dial back to that? What are you talking about, man? What do you mean by that? Does he have especially strong opinions on tofu?
But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood.
Yes, that's true. But wait. Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, right, Donna? Especially about that lighter. He's right. But what exactly should I ask about?
Let's see. So what does the description say again? Found by Detective Fulbright, it has Athena's prints on it in the victim's blood. That's kind of specific, so...
Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter.
They're around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she were holding it.
Atropos with the $2. Tofu is the opposite of justice, after all. Can we get a source on that? Can we get somebody to back that up? Is this peer-reviewed information that I'm being given?
I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony?
The prints were placed just the way they would be if someone were holding it lit.
Huh. But wait, hold on. We also... Twister's 4 with the $2. It's true, I feel nothing, but hate for tofu. True. Okay, but yeah, I did remember there was this too. Perp held a lighter with an earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. Care Bear and Ross with the $2. I looked it up. It says so in the epitaph, actually. Does it really? Are you sure? Yeah, is it that? I don't know. Oh, let me save real quick. Or do I need to press on this again? Let me do that first.
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up.
Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes.
This line of questioning is going to get me anywhere except conviction land. Should I try asking him something else?
Oh yeah, okay, so I can just look at the other one. Okay, let's look at that too.
So how many prints were found exactly?
3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a right hand.
Wait. But... I see.
Your Honor, that's an important statement. Could we please have it?
Swapped into my testimony? You got it!
He beat me to it.
Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key.
Okay, 3 prints are on the lighter, the thumb, index, and middle fingers of a right hand. Okay. I gotcha this time, motherfucker!
Objection!
You say the prints were from a right hand. Is that correct?
That's right. Very clear prints.
But that just doesn't add up.
What doesn't add up?
According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims don't even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this.
I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? It couldn't possibly be because I am lying. I've got it.
What have you got, Detective?
The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror.
Go on.
Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she?
I believe so. You mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room?
That's right. And across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror.
I do remember seeing it. Ah! So you're saying...
Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror.
I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they?
Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflect.
I mean, okay. Phoenix, I understand where you're coming from, man. You are the last person that should be making an argument like this. You're just doing conjecture? Phoenix, what do you do 95% of the time to reach your conclusion?
Silence!
Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it.
Oh, yeah, okay. Blackwell has me on that one, too. Also, Nick yourself? Mr. Nick? Oh my god. He's got them all. He's got all the jokes.
That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand.
And why not?
Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter.
You're right. There's no emblem on the other side.
Exactly. As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem.
Uh-oh.
What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand.
No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction! It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit.
See how it withers before my full hour of justice?
He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point.
In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about.
I forgot, have you played the GAA games? Is that something we can look forward to after AA5 and 6? I own them, I have not played them. No promises on whether or not I will stream them. I'm not saying that it's, like, impossible or anything, I don't want to go ahead and say something this far out at this point.
I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination.
Is he literally trying to...
Are you sure you're not just crazy? Are you sure you're not just imagining things? Who is the Phantom really? Is the Phantom even real?
My god, dude.
Are you sure you didn't just hit your head on a fire on a fire extinguisher and you're not just imagining the rest of your life that's happened before this point? Oh, it's so sad. So very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Care Bear and also the $2. Fulbright? No, Gaslight. I mean, yeah, you know what?
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter.
Oh, is Apollo gonna get his moment to cook?
Are you sure about that?
Like the John Cena.
Are you sure about that?
Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see?
Twister's 4 with the $5. If you examine that evidence further, you'll notice it's a gas lighter. God. No.
Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter?
Oh? Oh! Okay, we're actually gonna get to do this.
I knew it. You're lying, Detective.
Pardon me?
You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Justice, Dono. Are you to use that cheat of yours again? It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo. You're up! Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time?
What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is the only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand.
Okay. What am I looking for here? His face. Let's look at his face for a second here. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be anything up here. Okay. Wait, hold up. Is he doing that with his other hand too? No, he's not. Okay, interesting. Let him loop that back around real quick. Look at that. Look at that little thumb twitch. What you doing over there? You making biscuits, man?
Gotcha!
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that I got that one so fast too. But I honestly, like, I think it was just because I was like, well, I figure the most, like, notable thing about his design, other than, like, his glasses, would be his holster. It's the thing that sticks out the most, so I was kind of thinking that it might be something around there to look for. So yeah.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense! You can't just
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, should you?
What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell.
I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I'll allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good. Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing.
Okay. That's a lot of blood.
Ugh, the back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this bloodstain? You're right. It suddenly breaks off unnaturally.
That is weird looking.
Supposedly the lighter was held with the right hand, so the emblem was visible. If so, the prints should be around the emblem and on the lid when you open it. You're right. There's definitely something off here.
What about the logo itself?
So, this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button.
Oh, okay.
What?
What? What? No fucking way! It's a little gun. Wait. Hold the fuck on. Hold the phone. Hold the oh my god. No. You can't. No.
Whoa. It transformed into something. A handle. A trigger. Is this what I think it is? There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun.
A what?
A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial, when Director Cosmos was on the stand.
Yeah. Oh, I fucking knew.
The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber, sorry. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted! The lighter was a gun? So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah. When you think about the tell in that respect, I guess that's kind of interestingly conveyed. The lighter being a gun is really fucking funny, though. Oh my god.
In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transformed into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I bought this lighter from a flea market. The old woman at the counter told me that there was something really cool about it. But she did not elaborate any further. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum and I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene.
It would appear that the detective is right.
Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, Now that we're where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident. And the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter. And the person who murdered Mr. Terran. And the person who bombed the Space Center. Are all the defendant Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Now do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit, and I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair.
The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But... Calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as a prosecutor.
Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit.
I mean, he's not wrong about that.
In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedheads.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. Your dad is a poopy head! And your mom!
You take that back. They start like, they fly into the middle of the courtroom and start beating the shit out of each other. The SpongeBob like, he wears curlers to bed! IVP with the $50. Holy shit, thank you so much. I missed the start of the stream, so I'll look forward to catching up on the full VOD later. Looking forward to hearing your comprehensive thoughts on ADD in the future, but hilarious to catch the gun reveal right now. Lol. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream later.
I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours! Sounds like you've hit... Oh, wait. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just if the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence?
I mean, considering when and how it was brought in.
That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? I can definitely think of a few things.
It is indeed. Have a look at this.
What's this? A lighter?
Your Honor, smack his nuts.
Your Honor, disintegrate him with your laser eyes. Oh yes, right away, Mr. Wright.
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge. Simon's with the 50 pesos. Apollo really just went, don't bully my sister. True! I agree.
Ah, yes! I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift.
If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence?
I mean, well, let's see. How the prints were left on it, the owner of the prints, where the prints are on it. I mean, let's see. Oh, hold on. I have to check something real quick. Okay. Nothing important. I mean, yeah, that's kind of my confusion there, Citrus. I mean, whatever. No, I guess I don't see anything strange about how the prints were left on the lighter. Nothing unusual about the angle of the prints or how they're patchy in places, but there's got to be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter? Okay, yeah. So I did think that, like, since the life bar wasn't showing, that they were just gonna let me go through this. So might as well just.
Are they really Athena's fingerprints? They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct?
Yes. What about it?
You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, is the data you used official? Mr. Wright, are you suggesting the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case.
What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff? It appears the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes! The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clayteran.
Aha. Okay. It's interesting.
Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter? I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints?
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all.
When you took the deceased fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off on his hand. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data, all to put the blame on Miss Sykes. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it.
I'm feeling very intense emotions right now, though.
Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me. So help me, I will slash you to the tiny slivers where you stand.
All right, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence!
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already.
But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself.
An undercover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right. I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly... even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But if what you say is true, then... who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbucks saw?
It was the Phantom, I tell you! All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back that psych profile you have on him.
So he sent a buzzard of his own to tell me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. Pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has a top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
The ceiling blown off, I suppose you're vulnerable to a sniper's shot in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now? But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. If we can't find a flaw in his logic. He's right. After we come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wiggle free now.
There, I finally told the truth. And while I'm at it, I also have to, I have to say, I mean, as bad of a guy as he is, well, the Phantom, he's pretty cool and attractive sometimes, to be honest. I mean, we went bowling once, and, he was really gracious whenever he won. I mean, he blew me the fuck out. I mean, he won totally and utterly, but he was a real good sport about it. And, he wasn't, he was really humble, and, he didn't play himself up too much, and he gave me $50 just cause. And, I mean, I hear that he's single. I mean, I don't know if that's true. I couldn't imagine that a prospective bachelor like himself doesn't have a partner already. But I've heard that he's single, just in case anybody wants to ask.
All right.
Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom.
Oh, okay.
You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right?
Jaderio with a Canadian $2.
He even gave me a shiny Bulbasaur card.
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But... I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
But Prosecutor Blackwell...
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me. He actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Oh, Prosecutor Blackwell! You believe me!
Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony.
However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that.
Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again! Have you got that? Yes! Thank you! Oh, thank you! No. Oh, such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. In any case, looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he just gonna get away like that?
Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that, I'm off! Ha 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 ha!
Oh? Aha!
The defense? No, wait. Not the defense. The defendant feels it's no time for a verdict yet, and would like to see this trial continue.
What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges.
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over?
Aw, that's cute.
Athena, what are you doing? Hope we don't get held in contempt of court.
I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you?
Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart.
Athena, where are you going with these questions?
I know where these questions are going. I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
What? Does that mean?
We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
That's it. With your special ability, we might just be able to stop him.
Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting?
Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling.
Not you, too!
You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator, and your family's been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed me!
Silence!
Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here?
That was a very excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena.
Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotions, like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two were working together just now? Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
Yeah. It's like, on one hand, I think Athena and Blackwell having an opportunity to team up is really cool and sweet. Don't know that I would have done it like this, though. Care Bear and Ross with the $2. Toxic Yaoi and their banana donut. You got it. Time to check the instant replay. Widget, mon ami, let's do this.
Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coercing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad, bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else could I do?
Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he's registering no emotion at all?
It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom.
Oh, alright.
Hey, what's going on?
Wait, hold it! What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me?
I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack into the Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you.
Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking.
More like as a spy.
Thanks, Prosecutor Blackwell. There. Now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings!
Here, Baron Ross for the $2. Hey, Athena, please take Widget off the public Wi-Fi. Literally.
As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation.
What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading.
Huh? But he's literally crying us a river over there.
Oops. My mistake. How about this?
Ugh!
Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden?
What is he trying to pull? Like as not. It would appear it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Okay, see, that's slightly better. Like, that's... it's still messy, right? Because that's the thing that it's one thing that has kind of been a running thing throughout this game, which is really ironic, considering this game does so much with psych, as, like, a sort of field, like, psychology and all that stuff. But, like, it is really bad about, like, pathologizing specific, like, conditions or emotional responses in certain ways. Even if not, like, saying, oh, this is evil, like, still kind of stigmatizing these reactions in a weird way that, yeah, I just think is a little uncomfortable. This one so far has definitely been one of the worst, where it's just like, oh, you see? He doesn't feel things like a normal person does, so he must be an evil weirdo. Pulling it back to he can specifically control his emotional responses is, again, better, but yeah, I feel like there was a much better way to explain that from the beginning. It's just, yeah.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You're correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us to uncover undercover investigators, you know.
More like for us spies. Seriously. I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions.
What? Okay, let's pull it back there, Black, a little bit, because there's still, like, you see what I mean? There's a correlation being made, though. They're not saying, you know, oh, he's crazy because he's a murderer. They're making a murderer who is written with the trait that he does not have normal emotional responses, quote unquote. And then they're like, oh yeah, of course he would be able to do this murder because he's not normal. Like, you know what I mean? It's, yeah. Anywho.
But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective.
A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying that I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing. You have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No, analyze away. But I will state it again. I'm not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Me? The Phantom? No way! Oh, I'm so sad. See? I told you I have emotions. How dare you accuse me of being someone who would kill over a moon rock? I do regret cooperating with the Phantom, of course. But I'm so glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now.
What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess?
I don't know what we can do with this either.
This must be his defenses against your ability.
So you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of?
I'd hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something. That he feels threatened by Athena. Being only human is true feelings, an emotion he can't completely conceal. Must be hidden somewhere in his testimony.
Interesting. Okay, the Phantom, no way. So sad. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess the sad one is a little subtle, I guess. I don't think that's gonna be it, is it? No. I don't think so. Maybe some person's chaotic emotional state. There has to be something here, I just know it. There really is a real emotion mixed in here somewhere. Then it's possible that it would be the one emotion that doesn't disappear. Oh, okay. That's, yeah. Okay, I see. Simon's at 50 pesos. This matrix section triggers my sensory overload. Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? Okay, let's see. That one is pretty consistent, and it doesn't seem to be going away. But let's keep looking. Proper Phantom Force. Okay, these ones are still kind of going in and out. So glad this whole misunderstanding is cleared up now. Okay, yeah, these ones are still also blinking in and out. This is the only one that I've noticed that just isn't going away.
Got it! I found it! I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear? A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels, huh?
And it was a response to that moon rock.
Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... Your identity will be revealed. I don't think it's that. You lost it. You failed to steal it.
Well, I mean, I guess... I don't guess he failed to steal it. Let's try this.
You lost the precious moon rock you went to so much trouble to get, didn't you? And that frustration has turned into fear in your heart. Oh, it's so frustrating.
I can't stand it!
I'm not so sure a man who could make that 20-foot leap would feel fear about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Didn't the topic of what a spy might fear the most come up in our discussions earlier?
I mean, is it just his identity? I guess. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Of course, that's it! Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead.
It's not, it's not meowing, Krana. It's just my chair. Well, now it's not doing it. Come on. Well, I can't get it to do it again. But no, it was just my chair.
If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. Not suddenly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about.
So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity?
Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him, because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. What? Okay. Hold it! Oh, it just fucking leaves? Where do you think you're going?
But yeah, do be kind to the mods, please, for sure. I know that everybody kind of wants to get their input in about certain things, but I think we can definitely save that for another time.
Me? I'm not going anywhere.
Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? And where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you'll answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock?
In justice we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Also, the moon is fucked up, and it's not even real. Have you seen that thing? Look at it. Do you not think that that thing has malicious intent? I'm just saying. It could kill you if it wanted to. And it probably does. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh.
Ah! What was that just now?
But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth.
Borklaser 9000 with the $10. So apparently there was supposed to be an additional investigation day where you had to drag Fulbright back to court. I don't remember why exactly it was cut, but I'm glad it was. Yeah, I could definitely see an argument for and against it. Because the pacing of this climax is definitely a little wonky, but yeah, it's also, yeah. Twister's 4 with the $2. Majora's Mask traumatized me, Your Honor. True! I love Majora's Mask, though. Peak game.
It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose.
Hey. That's really mean of you to say to me. Oh, you were talking to Athena.
And now, in the dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway?
Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof, but I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits.
Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. I'm hungry. I wanna go get a sandwich. I don't know if I can stick around for that.
All I hear is distrust.
As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
Uh-oh. It's got Athena doubting herself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses. It has been key in getting to the truth.
What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock.
I see. Very well. I'll give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But, Your Honor...
There, you see? Nobody believes you in your trumped-up charges.
However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyses can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
So, does this mean... you'll accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor?
Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology? My fears? Fine! I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence.
Alright. This is definitely... I feel like this trial should have ended like 2 testimonies ago. Alright.
I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom fellow of the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell. We have a duty to bring this phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result.
Oh, you're bringing that up again. Okay, cool.
The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the dark age of the law. Then it's also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people.
Trust, understanding. Ha! Fragile ideas of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but Trust like that is stronger than you and your lies. Always.
I have a thought about that, but it pertains to some thematic overlap of sorts, but I might wait until the end of the trial to really go into that. I'll wait and see what they do. Anyway.
Felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom.
Hold it! It only reminded you of the Phantom? Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom.
Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence.
Antithesis with the $2. Ayu. Do I love oh god, why am I blanking on the name all of a sudden? Moonbase Alpha. Moonbase Alpha. Yeah.
I hate to admit it, but he's right.
Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage.
Hold it! Your family? Like who in your family, specifically?
Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example.
What do you mean, maybe? For example? Maybe? We need a more concrete answer than that.
Maybe. My mother? My son? Or my daughter? Maybe it was all of them. I had kids, apparently. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. Ha ha ha.
He's obviously lying.
Look how upset I am! Is it any wonder I followed the Phantom's orders? What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all.
Hold it! You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock?
I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me with my wealth of emotions be expected to understand the guy?
Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. Like if he fell in a lake, he wouldn't be afraid, he'd keep it cool. But if like a really big meteor was flying at him, maybe...
What are you doing, man? What are we doing right now?
Like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity. But what?
Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock.
The fingerprints could be wiped off.
Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it and left his
Oh my god. Guys! Antithesis with the $5. Since he's Mario Kin, he really should just say that Peach was kidnapped and the Bowser is the Phantom. Again, hitting the nail on the head.
We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago.
Oh yeah. He got stabbed.
I just know I have something that could show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock.
I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind.
M. Hollis from 1989 with $5. If I had a nickel for every time Feeny was trapped by impromptu false evidence, I'd have 2 nickels. Not much, but strange happening twice, right? Yeah, well, you know. Jeez.
I ate the moon rock. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. Yeah.
Let's see. Let's look for a second. So I don't think it would be that itself. Yeah, I mean, is it just the... Let me save real quick.
Objection!
Okay, sure. It's that then.
Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is.
Of course! That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran.
That's right. And the exact same type of knife. Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand.
Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall.
He dodged it first, so he only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time, you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand.
Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. You mean if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing.
That may be so. I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail. You can? Of course. Not.
You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
What this court really needs is a bully-free zone. The infamous Sword of the Beguiling Bluff. Its edges without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts.
Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage! Huh?
Go on, right, Dono? Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime?
Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then.
All that. In spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days, all personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible.
And why is that?
The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, and especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found.
How can I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the ether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can. Your Honor?
What? Oops, sorry. I mean, what?
In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene?
Wait. Look up the rest of my evidence. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena. The stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. Surely not. Surely not. Surely not. Careful, you're a few steps ahead of where the case wants you to be. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the heads up. Because I was wondering when this particular piece of evidence would come into play. But I guess we're not at that point yet. Then let's see. Or no, not that. I guess we don't have the... I can't remember. Do we not have the photo of Blackwell? We don't have that, right? I mean, I don't think it would be that. Right? No. That would be dumb. That would be dumb. Wait, I already saved.
Take that!
Okay, never mind.
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went with the Hat 1 rocket? He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. Oh, right. Yes. And the team must have loaded it onto the space probe eventually. But, if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket.
Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would explain why he didn't do anything for 7 years, I guess.
He was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What?
What? Lure to make it 12 with the $5. So happy you're here and really looking forward to the finale. It's been a wild ride so far. The party's getting crazy, so it's time to rock. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Order! Order in the court! Oh, I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain, he used his primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone.
That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space.
And so that's for the $2. That sure is one way to destroy evidence. Yeah. I mean, it's not... When I think about it, I guess it's not like a terrible idea.
Thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow.
Yeah!
If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. See what I did there? It's a rock. Crystal clear. We get it, Mr. Wright. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. That you were the Phantom all along. Detective Fulbright. So, he killed Clay just so we could get the moon rock back? I believe so. His original assignment may have just been to sabotage the hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all that he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto that capsule for all he was worth until his very last breath.
Oh, this is so funny! You make me laugh. You really do.
Well, he's totally out of whack now.
It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit to it all now?
There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I am not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap!
Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, a trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap.
That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence!
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice, myself if I must. Here and now!
I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell!
Hey! You guys aren't really...
Oh?
It looks like I made it just in time. Hedgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something out about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. Huh? What is that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. Then does this mean? Yes, that man there is an imposter, pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. An imposter?!
Then this man, he's sus? Sorry. I know. I know I shouldn't have said that. Who in the world is he?
Enough of your trickery. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
Oh? Oh? Oh my god, what?
What the?
No!
His face!
Aw, look what you did to my mask.
Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness?
Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now.
Press X to doubt.
Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck? But that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence!
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hot One, which was set to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection! Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here.
This is literally like some Scooby-Doo shit.
If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom.
It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means.
No.
That voice, those words.
Oh my god. Dude! Stop! No, you can't do this to me.
I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes.
Professor Means! Mask?
I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now give me that evidence!
Huh?
Time to take out the trash.
Permanently.
Kirby Superstar with the $2, so the Phantom was really the ultimate imposter. Oh god. Oh no.
How could you?
Now do you see how powerful the end justifies the means can be?
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face.
Griffin Golem with the $5. Honestly, the coolest part of this game being 3D, with which the limitations of the older games wouldn't have allowed. Yeah, I mean, like, I can think of a way that you could have done it, but it definitely would have looked a little odder, for sure.
Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it really is the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just a master of psychology, Blackwell? That's right. I don't know who I am. I'm always living as somebody else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul, I left them all behind. I have no self. I'm no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What is with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I'm the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know that you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore.
Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope Capsule.
I think I'll do just that. Get ready, because the Hope Capsule is about to seal your... Fudge!
No, you should have just let him go. Fuck!
It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was in the courtroom as evidence, and was blown to smithereens. It looks like you finally caught on.
Full marks for the defense for effort. But what a shame your hope was lost in the courtroom explosion.
So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? I'm just a guy who happens to switch into multiple masks who says that I do not remember my own personality or who I am. That could be anybody. As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you were the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? I know! I'm trying! only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. And yet, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment still exists? Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove that Phantom's identity?
Okay, so this is where we do it.
Take that!
Hold on. No! God damn it! I was wrong! Take a look at this.
And what is that, may I ask?
This is the last fragment of hope that I have. This is what will give us the strength to carry on.
I see.
Not exactly the reaction I was hoping for.
Mr. Wright,
For your sake, I will pretend I didn't see that embarrassing display. Please try to get it right next time, won't you? Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, it will still cost you. Alright. Oh well. Let's save it this time. Let's see. I mean, would it be that? Probably not, right?
Take that!
Okay, yeah, no. I didn't think so. Okay, let's see. Cross-section view of the main building of the Space Center. Launchpad 1. Chat, mind the pinned. Mind the pinned, please. Isn't this really far back? No, I don't think so. I just saved. I will keep that in mind, Cat Girl. But yeah, just hold off for a second. Maybe... I don't know. I really don't know why it would be, but...
Take that!
Okay! No, I was right. I was right.
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom? And the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing. Specifically right here. Okay. What important thing is shown in this photo? Wait. I see that fucking pattern.
Please take a look at this newspaper article. The article about the Hat one.
Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there's a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA test believable! But that's impossible! A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing.
Stream skipped for a second. Yeah, well. Oh well. Nothing I can do about it. YouTube being YouTube, I guess.
Prosecutor Blackwell, what did the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was the witness's blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it! You are the Phantom!
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh?
I know what he's doing. Of course. He's just fucking around at this point.
Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? Now he's me? So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. What? Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove that they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragment with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see that they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago, I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's just how my blood found its way into a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from.
Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify if they were from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible.
And why not?
In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they're from, you'd need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, sort of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from the moon rock. Oh, no!
There's really no way to prove it?
You finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
the moon rock doesn't exist anymore? Huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock, too. Shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good! The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care!
Yeah, there's literally only one thing that this could be.
We do?
We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this!
But just about the only things my mother left me with, her widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me, in her own way.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence.
She did?
You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own.
Yeah. Oh! You mean?
Exactly. The gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all the hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample? This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What? All this time? It was right here all along? No. It can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragment and the earring are found to be a match, then it will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood on the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide? I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears. Now, even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love. No trust.
And I suppose you do?
I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past.
Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself! When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight.
But I wanted to
trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? How can I run from myself? When there's nothing inside! Nothing at all!
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others,
How can you ever hope to face your fears?
Fear inside of me? Is this... No. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear.
You can't outrun yourself!
Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. Care Bear and Ross of the $2. I returned to suspiciously phoenix-shaped Fulbright. My own true face. No, please don't. I know you're here. Where are you? See, I haven't revealed anything yet. Honest. My own true face! I don't have one! My face! My face! My face!
Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it! No! This isn't me either! Is this me? Which one is my face?
What am I? Who am I?
The shadow. That's pretty good. Care Bear and Ross of the $2. Take the shot, Mr. Means. Yeah, the breakdown at least was like well animated. I will say that.
A sniper attack in my very courtroom. It chills me to the bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Well, that was fortunate for all of us. The analysis of the final piece of evidence Wright Donor submitted is in.
All of them? Oh my god, the Piccolo. Care Bear knows the $5. Can I revise my super chat? I just realized Mr. N's would have been much funnier. Yeah, good one. And the Gurkha Man with the £5. I love the way they show the Phantom as a sociopath without outright saying it. The only thing he feels is subconscious fear of being murdered. That's, yeah, like, I mean, I'm pretty mixed on it myself. But I do still think, like, the final lead-up was, like, thematically cogent? But, yeah, I don't know. I'm still, like, yeah, the pathologizing is not something I'm a fan of, but... Kirby Superstar 44 with the $2.50. That on the spot for changing voices is incredible. Thank you. I appreciate it. Flawless Walrus with the Canadian $2. Missed the organs. Should have gotten Shelly. Well, yeah. Me when sociopaths are a real category of non-murderous people. Yeah, like, literally. Yeah, that's my problem there. Like, sociopathy does not equal being murderous or being a murderer. Care and Ross at the $5. Frankly, he should have swapped masks and shouldn't have swapped masks so much. He could have lived if he left those left those 50 layers of rubber on. Well, I mean, they did say that he's fine, right? Twisters 4 with the $2. So, like, that was Don Tigre, right? Oh, yeah, of course.
The composition of Miss Sykes' earring and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombing at the Space Center, both past and present. the bombing of courtroom number 4, and all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There is still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about, after all.
Yeah, like, I mostly agree with Kagurl on that one. Like, the first half of this trial, everything leading through with Athena, I loved that shit. I thought that was all awesome. As soon as we got to all of this, it, like, took a sharp, like, downturn for me. Okay, that's good. Good clarification to make. But, yeah. Anywho, let's just move on.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But, before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes,
Not guilty. Finally, we did it. Yay. I'm glad this game gave us Athena. True. If there's anything that this game definitely did do that I like, it was give us Athena. I do like Athena.
Court is adjourned.
Congratulations, Mr. Nick.
Thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for Athena.
It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Daddy, I'm so glad to see you.
Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Daddy. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up.
That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Aw, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackquill permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial.
Carbaron wants the $5. Is Spirit of Justice next, or other titles? Maybe still being very attached to the idea of you playing of the Devil on stream. I'm not like totally sure what exactly I'm gonna be doing with that yet. My thought is probably, but I don't want to say quite yet. But the DLC will be next, yes.
Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion.
Lord, make it 12 with the $2. Congrats on finishing. Hope you've enjoyed DD. I'll talk a little bit more about it in a minute once we get to the credits. Riley Jones with the $5. Fulbright filled a gumshoe hole in my heart. The Phantom reveal was a bit out of left field, but I miss Bobby. P.S. It was actually Samuki. God damn it. Oh no.
Besides, it was you that saw to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back just went a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after the evidence forging scandal. Well, I owed you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the dark age of the law to an end?
What, right after you mentioned that you got special treatment from the chief prosecutor to get your badge back? Awesome, man! Ah, jeez.
Rules for thee, not for me. Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Besides, now the prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges. A great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? Oh, think about it.
Ah, the complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals. Yeah, let's call it that. Athena? Who? Oh, yeah, okay. Blackwell.
I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Yeah, just let it out, girl. Just barely. But I still made it.
That a girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you.
Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life.
All hail Sunset Youth 2 with the $5. I think the thing I don't like about this game are how the timeline and pacing are all over the place. Also, the DLC case is the best in the game, in my opinion. I do agree about the pacing. I don't necessarily mind the, like, timeline hopping stuff, because I think you can do interesting framing with that. I don't think that's, like, an inherently bad idea, necessarily, but yeah, the pacing could definitely have been done better. Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect you with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai, through and through. Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off.
You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh?
It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen.
The Baconing with Canadian $5. Hey, did you know the final trial has 3 unique game overs instead of the usual guilty verdict? Oh, that's interesting. But I definitely would not have wanted to spend that much time getting all of those, for sure.
I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Right Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there are so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close.
Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldoon's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Right Anything Agency. Right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Huh? As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? Huh? Huh?
I have an idea, Daddy. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grow up to be such a generous gentleman?
Guys. Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in.
Hey, no fair! I want to say it too!
Okay, here we go.
Objection!
Yeah. Oh, good credits cover.
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now that he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Write Anything agency after all.
Oh my god, they literally just said fuck Apollo. Yeah, they literally just said fuck Apollo. Oh my god.
Athena and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I'd better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says, eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go with hot as the sun red peppers instead.
This is so jazzy. I love this. This is a great cover.
The end of the dark age of the law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants to see me?
Okay, man.
They're going to blast me with a laser? The judge is going to kill me with his eye laser? I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler, Ten Mataro.
He's scheduled to go up against the Amazing Ninetales next, though.
Oh, what to do? What to do? A fight to the finish with myself?
Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the Amazing Ninetales too?
It's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it.
Caw, caw, caw! So we're to meet as foes, are we, my little friend?
I always love seeing the extended cast.
Would you believe it? I'm Alderman of Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, huh? I took over after Rex Kilby for the good of my beloved village. What do you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, you! What do you think you're doing sneaking into the manor? Ah! The jig is up! Better make a run for it!
Alright, man.
I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm gonna prosecute Athena someday. You'll see.
I'm studying my buns off too, but not for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the Themis entrance exam on my own merits this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
Hugh, Juniper,
Our dream will live on! Forever!
Good for you, Hugh.
I found really sweet boxes for all three of them, but they won't wear them! Is it because I wanted to be a legal journalist instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper's future's as bright as can be. Now, let's see what the Fresh Blood have to say in the school newspaper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation rehearsal, her cardboard box got soggy.
The one-night-only reunion concert. I still remember that excuse me, evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever seen. Heard. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'll be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can hear it all. I will already hear it now.
I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once training is over, it simply must be done.
Ha ha ha! Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the Hat 3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of your cosmos! What do you know? Oh, Director. Yes, yes. Rocket preparations are fully complete. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos!
I'm going to the moon in a new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Metis came to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting? Montes Perinius or Mera Tranquillare, whatever. You think that they would like either one? Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to!
You're kind of a freak. I kind of get it, though.
Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, for me and Clay. Thanks to my lawyers, I know now that I should never give up. I'm worried. You can't breathe in space, and in fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him? And perhaps he and I shall meet in a courtroom in the near future.
It's just, I will destroy your dad.
I look forward to your next month's salary assessment.
Please forgive me.
Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving the case has thawed the chill of winter and the warmth of spring. Now I owe yet another debt of gratitude, but I'll repay him one day. You can trust in that.
Hope you didn't like your dad too much, because I will prove him guilty instantly. Alrighty. I think that's probably it then. I don't think there's gonna be a post-credits necessarily. Oh yeah, they have to do credits for Bones for animation stuff. That's cool. First Sonic225 with the $10. I just found out you were streaming the finale of DD. Sad to have missed the live reactions, but can't wait to see the VOD to see what I missed. I hope you enjoyed the game. I know for me, I did. Thank you very much. Oh, there is post-credits? Okay, gotcha. I'll wait then. I think what I'm actually gonna do when we finish this up is, I am going to do a quick little, like, case tier list or something, maybe. It probably won't last that long, but, I think I'm gonna do that to sort of, like, sort my current holistic thoughts on the game. And then after we do that, we can do the art. Like 4DD? Yeah. I mean, yeah, we do still have to do the DLC case, but obviously my opinion of that will be pending for later. For the video, do you plan on looking at the 3DS version or just focusing on the re-release? Whatever I end up making about Dual Destinies in the future, I definitely probably will just end up using footage of this version of the game. I'll probably include, like, at least some 3DS clips, at least in, like, the beginning or something, but... Yeah, there are some dialogue changes from the 3DS version. Yay!
Yeah, okay. Let's see this.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Go on, man.
15 seconds.
You'll be good. Go for it.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
You did it, man. Good shot. Also good shot. Ah, Laura. Girl, you look good with your hair down.
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
That's not the voice I expected for him, by the way, but...
All right!
That's sweet. That's a nice little end capper.
Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all towards a brighter tomorrow.
Despair, hope. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's sweet. That was a sweet ending at least. I did like that. No, don't do that. Don't try to trick me. Okay. Grief and Gollum with the $5. Glad to know we start sending people back into space in 2 years. Oh, jeez. Alright, so let me go ahead and get something up real quick. Give me just a second. Let's see. Oh, do they have a list for... Hold on. Full Destinies. Characters... Is there not actually one here? Does one not exist? Oh, Kitty with the gift of 10 memberships. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's see. I mean, you can find a full Ace Attorney series tier list in just Dual Destinies. That's true. You are correct. I didn't want to have to do that if I didn't have to, but it's a fair point. I wonder if there's one for the Apollo trilogy specifically. Future Skeleton with the $2. Despite its flaws, I do like this game. Yeah, I would mostly agree. Borklaser 9000 with the gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Very much appreciate that. Okay, yeah. Trilogy case is ranked. Okay, yeah. Okay. Then, let me copy that link to myself real quick so I can get that up. Cameron also the $2. Hey, Real Talk, who let them in the command center. Don't worry about it. Okay. So, let's see. I sent it to myself, so I can go ahead and open it up here. Okay, so let's get the window up. Okay. So let's see here. So this is Apollo Trilogy. So let's see here. Let's find. Okay, yeah. So this is case 1. Case 1. I still think overall is like a pretty like average. Maybe you should do the tier list after playing the DLC. I mean, I'll do the DLC. Don't worry about it. But as the DLC was like an ancillary piece of content, or like it was added, I still feel like judging the game holistically without that is still like valid to do. Cavernos. Oh wait, yeah, it just popped up later because of the memberships. I see. Anywho. But yeah, I think the case 1 is pretty average. It drags a tiny bit, but overall I still think it's like fun. I think the twist is goofy, but in a fun way. Ted Tonate is a funny culprit. It's a decent little case. Yeah, that's exactly how I put it, Citrus. So I'm gonna put case 1 under good. All right, next up, case 2 with the whole Yokai Village thing. Let's see. I quite liked that one, to be honest. There were a couple little things that I didn't like about it, but they were still pretty like small potatoes issues in the grand scheme of things. Like, yeah, I do think, I think it was really funny how what I thought was the obvious twist, they still kind of got me and did something that was not what I was expecting. And I liked that. Obviously, the culprit is obvious, but, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think that's necessarily an inherently bad thing. It's very Columbo of them, and they do that in other games in the series as well that are more well-loved, so I don't think that that's necessarily bad. I think the relationship, like the father-daughter relationship, is really sweet. I really liked that bit a lot. I'm gonna put Monstrous in great. That's a great case. Okay, let's see. Where's case 3? My eyes are glazing over. There it is. Case 3 has... Case 3 is complicated, because while there are a lot of things that I really like about it, I've already made pretty clear what things I don't like about it, especially the means shit getting, like, beaten over your head repeatedly. It is so, like, dude, I get it already, you know, like, yeah, it does kind of kill the end of the case. Although I do think Means is funny in some respects. I like his rocker design. That's definitely pretty fun. So, you know, it's like, I feel like saying that it's whatever is a little harsh, but I feel like, I think, like, overall, I guess it just evens out to good, pretty much. Alright, case 4. Where's case 4? Okay, yeah, because that's case 5. This is case 4 over here. Case 4 is... It's a little strange because it's a bit more of a, like, transitionary case, right? Care Reynolds, the $2. Case 3, the means justifies ending faster, clearly. Dear, I would refer back to my earlier stream on that, because I don't really want to get back on that subject again, to be completely honest. Yeah, case 4 and 5 feel like a single case, to be honest. I agree. Like, case 4 really isn't much of a case on its own. I don't dislike it necessarily. Like, I think it's fine. I think there are things about it that I like. There are also things about it that I'm not so crazy about also. I think if any case deserves to go into whatever, it would probably be case 4. But that's not a very, like, to be clear, that's not like a hostile whatever, that's just kind of a, whatever, you know. And case 5, case 5 is really complicated for me because I really, really liked it up to a point. And then everything with the Phantom, I just was not really on board for, to be honest. Like, yeah, they kind of walked back the pathologizing a little bit when they were like, oh, the Phantom can just, like, compartmentalize and, like, manipulate his emotions very specifically. I think that's better, but I don't know. They should have... like, ideally, they should have just done it differently, to be honest. But at the same time, it's like, you know... I don't know. I feel like if they were so dedicated to that as a plot point, they still could have gone about it in a better way, you know what I mean? Care Bear and Ross, the $2. What do you mean? They crammed a whole Apollo backstory into 4. Yeah, and it was very weird. I mean, like, I don't hate it, but it's just very out of nowhere. Yeah, like, I don't know. It's one of those things, like, Phantom, my overall judgment on the Phantom, to put it extremely simply, I think, is that I think they could have done something like that. I'm not saying that the idea itself is completely out of the question, but I just think that the way that it was handled was pretty sloppy, ultimately. I don't necessarily mind Bobby or fake Bobby as the Phantom. I think it's like a fun setup to have your detective character turn out to be like an overarching villain. I don't think that's like, you know, it's kind of unique in that they haven't really done something like that in that sense. And it kind of harkens back to older, like, more influential like mystery visual novel games. I won't name the particular one in question, but it reminds me a lot of a really popular one back from the NES days that was extremely influential on the genre. So I think that was also kind of interesting. And also I'm just not, like, I'm not necessarily not sold on the idea of, like, a more comedic overarching villain, because I like characters who kind of walk that line between, like, funny and also sort of menacing at the same time. You know what I mean? It's the same reason that I really love Dr. Eggman as a villain in Sonic. Like, if you can make a character who can both be very funny but also very scary at the same time, and can kind of toe that line and swap back and forth between those two modes, I think that's really fun. It gives a little bit more of a panache, a spice to their character. And honestly, I do think that is, like, an interesting contrast to other final villains in other Ace Attorney games, because a lot of other final villains in Ace Attorney games are very obviously, like, you know, I am the evil bad guy in a lot of ways. They do that with, you know, they do that with characters like Morgan, they do that with, like, characters like Dahlia, you know, it's fun to have, you know, a little bit more of an over-the-top sort of character. But that being said, at the same time, I'm a little mixed on the spy aspect as well. Just because it's like, I don't know, it's just not very personal to me. I not that every case needs to have like a personal tie with the villain either, but I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like I associate the best of Ace Attorney finales with when they really get into the characters and their ties and like the emotions of it. The Phantom, I mean, sure, he like has a tie to Athena's backstory and the stuff with Athena is good, but like he doesn't have any relation to anyone. And I get that that's kind of what they're going for with him, where it's like, oh, he doesn't have ties to other people. A big theme of Dual Destinies seems to be, you know, the ties between people, their trust in each other, you know, that kind of thing. And I understand what they're going for with that, but I don't know. It's just like, even though I understand that that's what they're trying to do with it, it still is just like, yeah, exactly. You don't really feel his presence in the story. It just kind of comes out of nowhere, like, oh, by the way, there's a spy, and also, you know, he's got a million masks, and, you know, he's afraid of showing his true face, like, and he doesn't remember who he really is, and, like, again, those are ideas that on their face I think are, like, interesting in concept, but yeah, it's just kind of undercooked. Like, I think you could definitely have done a lot more with it and tied it into the actual themes a lot better. But as it is, it just kind of seems, I don't know. Yeah. So, yeah, I think as much, like, because here's the thing. With as much as I loved the first half, I would feel bad putting it low. But it's one of those things where it's like I really loved the first half of the case, and the second half of the case was just very like, for me. I wish the game had focused on its strengths more. Athena and Simon are great, but this fumble on the Phantom is pretty damaging. I agree. And so I feel like the only appropriate place to put it, at least on this list, as it is structured, I feel like the only appropriate place to put it is good. That's the only, honestly, if it were up to me, it would probably be a little bit more, like, complicated, or on, like, a more of an it's complicated tier, so to speak, but with what I'm working with here, good is pretty much where I think it has to end up landing. Grief and Golem with the $2. The game's biggest issue, not setting twists up. Yeah. So, overall, excluding the DLC, obviously, you could make it in its complicated tier. Well, I could, but I'm just trying to stick within the framework that I have here. Hold on, I'll get to that donation message in just a second. Overall, though, like, aside from the DLC, which yes, I will be getting to, not next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after, I think that my current assessment of Dual Destinies, it is a very 6 out of 10 game. You know, it's a very middle of the road, pretty average Ace Attorney game. Has a lot of problems. I enjoy a lot of things about it, but it is definitely not my favorite. Yeah, it is what it is. Care Bear and Ross with the $10. This game goes way too hard on the 3D graphics and leverages it for extremely over-the-top comedy, and it drags down every attempt the game makes to be serious. Yuri's breakdown unsold the game for me. I don't necessarily know that I agree with that. Like, Ace Attorney has always been pretty over-the-top and goofy to a certain extent. It's always been pretty cartoony. I can understand why there would be a tonal dissonance for some people there, but I still think that it's, like, in keeping with the general tone of the series for the most part, so I don't necessarily know that I would say it dragged anything down for me. Maybe I just have a higher tolerance for goofy shit, to be honest, because I like goofy shit. But, like, yeah, I don't know. That's just my take. And And yes, thank you, Cardi and Joker, for the $10. I appreciate it. I'm sorry your message had to get eaten, but please no talk about Spirit of Justice, because I haven't played it yet and I don't want to know anything about it. Aside from the little bits of osmosis that I already know, which I did not want to know for the most part, but it happens anyway. But yeah, I apologize for that, but yeah. Cameron Ross with the $5. I don't disagree, but I think a man punching a him-shaped hole in the corridors as a breakdown is a deviance of tone. I mean, again, I would have to agree to disagree with you on that. I thought it was funny. It didn't drag that part of the game down for me, like pretty much at all. But again, people are gonna feel differently about these things, and I think that's perfectly fine. You know, obviously, no problems with that, but that's just me. Spirit of Justice spoiler, lawyers are in it. Chat, mods ban this person. I'm kidding. Would you say you've been spoiled for anything major or important about Spirit of Justice? I mean, I know that Maya's in it. I know some things about the general mechanics of the game. And I know that there is apparently a character with, actually, you know what? I'm not going to get into that, just in case for other people in the chat. I'm not going to get into that right now. I can bring it up if we get to that part in Spirit of Justice later in the future, and I can just be like, oh, I heard about this. Prosecutor looks cool. Yeah, I agree. NSL with the Canadian $2.79. TBH, DD is controversial amongst most AA fans. Yeah, I mean, that's generally the impression that I had gotten. But yeah, it does kind of fall in the middle for me. Do you think you'll do a full tier list eventually? Yeah, probably. Bork Laser with the $2. Any plans to play Investigations 1 and 2? I definitely would like to, yes. I don't know for sure if those will be stream games. Again, I don't want to set anything particularly in stone at this point, but it's definitely been something I've been thinking about, at the very least. Athena is, like, the best part of the game. I agree with that. I feel I need to apologize again. My earlier comment, even though I didn't intend it that way. No, it's okay, Gurku Man. Like, I understand, like, sometimes things like that just happen. It's not like, you know, as long as, you know, obviously everybody was able to communicate about it and smooth it over, I don't think there's any issue. Lord Omega 12 with the $2. To be fair, they marketed Maya as the selling point of Spirit of Justice. Yeah, exactly. That's part of why I do. I would have liked to be a little bit more surprised about that, but, you know, it's okay. Caravan Ross with the $5. To summarize, I only didn't like that you can tell this was written by Shu Takumi's fans instead of Shu Takumi, and they get better, but still. I understand that. I'm a little mixed on that, I guess, because on one hand, I definitely have had that same issue with things sometimes where I'm like, you can tell that it's a little bit more trying to be like the previous things instead of, you know, kind of like, I don't know how exactly to phrase it, but like, you get what I mean. Like, it's kind of trying to go back to the previous stuff, but also at the same time, I like, you know, I don't know. I think you should be able to do new things with the series, and, like, not necessarily, like, hold extremely strictly to everything that was done before. You know, I think some innovation and, yeah, I think ultimately that's, like, a good thing. Because, you know, art is a collaborative process, you know. I don't think that any one person, you know, like, I understand respecting, like, an original author's vision and stuff like that, but I mean, like, ultimately at the end of the day, I think, like, other people's interpretations of a material can be equally as valid, if not, like, more interesting in some places, you know what I mean? Bork Laser with the $5. If you're scared of spoilers for this game, do not stream Investigations 2. It is best enjoyed as blind as possible. Fair enough. I'll think about that. Jadira with the Canadian $5. There's a noticeable clash between what Capcom wanted for the story versus Yamazaki. I would have to look further into that, for sure. Because I don't know as much about like the development history of this game and all that. But yeah, I would definitely have to look into that. Kevin also the $2. Totally, it's just like it lacks depth, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I get what you're saying. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with all of that. But ultimately, too, it is like kind of a subjective thing. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I get where you're coming from on that, but I don't know that I entirely agree 100%. Any chance you check out Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright? Enjoyed as a treat as a spin-off, and some mechanics found their way into the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I do want to play it eventually, but it's just one of those things where it's like, because I'm not very much of a Layton head, and I haven't really played any of the Layton games, I would like to go through those first before getting into the crossover, just because I feel like I would enjoy a crossover between two series more if I am attached to both. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. We'll say it's more of a Layton game than an Ace Attorney. I've heard that. I've definitely heard that. Jadariel with the Canadian $2. It's honestly more of a Layton game than AA, so yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so in that case, definitely I would want to play the other Layton games to sort of get more of a holistic view, not only of that series and its conventions, but also just like, I mean, most of the fun of a crossover is seeing the characters between two things that you like interact with each other and how those interactions play out, right? Like, I'm not going to be able to fully appreciate the dynamics of the Layton characters interacting with the Ace Attorney characters if I don't really know anything about the Layton characters beforehand, you know what I mean? Maya didn't get arrested for murder in this game somehow. Yeah, it took her not being in the game for her to not get arrested for murder. If you had told her that she had been arrested off screen for an unrelated murder, I would have believed you. Okay. Then let's turn that screen off for now, and let's see if I can look for art real quick. One moment. Give me a second. Oop. Oh, this is so sweet. Okay. 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 Hold up. Tumblr. Going to the Tumblr tag. Got this. Got this. Let's see. Go to the Discord server to see if there's anything to look at here. Okay. Don't think there's anything extra to add here. So I think we're good. Okie dokie. So drag this window over. Yeah, hold up. Get that window. Okay, there we go. Alright, so our first bit of fan art is from Chiyoko, as always, regular contributor, the GOAT, Chiyoko Arts, at Chiyoko Arts on Blue Sky. For the finale of the main story of Dual Destinies, I decided to incorporate Marcy's character as she is on the thumbnails for the A streams. It's been one heck of a journey, but soon we'll have the delight of a DLC case. This is absolutely adorable. I like this a lot. This is so cute. Thank you, Chiyoko. I really like this one a lot. I really enjoy this art. Feels appropriate considering, you know, coming out of this game that Athena was definitely my favorite part of the game, to be honest. So I'm really appreciative that you put your talent into this. The little widgets, the color, as always, obviously. I say your coloring is great all the time, but it's really good. The posing is really fun too. I would have so much difficulty trying to like line up this posing, especially with the hair positioning and everything. Like, yeah, really, really great level of detail here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Next, we have this doodle from A-Pining-Tree. Do you think Trucy would call her second father Gramps since she keeps hearing Phoenix call him Daddy?
Hey, Trucy, I heard your dad called Mr. Edgeworth Daddy in court. Really? I guess you haven't seen around when he visits. It's pretty normal for Dad, especially... What does that say? Especially when you... I'm not sure if I can read that. I'm not sure what the last part of that says. Does it say on the... No. When he visits? Or no, the bottom line, I mean. Door closes. I don't know, but either way, very, very funny. Thank you, Pining Tree. And lastly, we have this from Kate the Vampire. Ooh, the Valley of Eyes in the crack. Good. Very fun. I always like a good scribbly art to sort of get that raw feeling going on. Very good indeed. Also, yeah, loving the use of oil pastels. I agree. Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we really need to go over here, but I don't think there is. The costumes menu. I mean, I could go to the costumes menu, I guess. The nostalgic sweater. Old school suit. Okay. Fun. The default Apollo. The style and street clothes Apollo. Hell yes, brother. The Mr. Hat! That's so cute. That's so cute. I like that a lot. The Themis Academy uniform for Athena. It's fine. I don't have any strong opinions on that one. I just prefer your regular outfit, to be honest. Yeah, best way to share art is on Twitter, Tumblr, or Blue Sky. Well, yeah, I mean, you can use Twitter.
I look at Twitter less though because I don't use the site anymore. But on Tumblr or Blue Sky, if you use the tag or hashtag NezumiVA art, or no, not NezumiVA art, NezumiVA stream. Sorry, I forgot my own hashtag for a second. NezumiVA stream. Then yeah, that's usually where I check for art at the end of streams. Best way is to delete Twitter. That's true. But yeah, so yeah, the oh, you can use the alt costumes for the DLC cases. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that. Flipface 4 with the $10. Heading home now, so excited to watch the VOD and see how this case went for you. Good luck with your travels home, be safe, and I hope you like the stream. But yeah, the plan basically will be that obviously next Tuesday is not an Ace Attorney day, so there will be something different going on next Tuesday. I don't know exactly what yet, but it'll be something. And then the Tuesday after that, we will do, we will get to the DLC case. Yeah, I don't know. Friday, obviously, getting back to Higurashi, as always. Yeah, I don't know. Adriana, I don't like being parasocial with YouTuber. I mean, good, don't. Please, by all means, I encourage everybody on the planet to not be parasocial with YouTubers. It is quite literally the best course of action. I highly encourage you to stick with that mindset. I'm Marcy's enemy. Yeah. Mods smite me. But yeah, I mean, for real though. Not even joking. I don't think there's anything else in particular to go through though. I think I've said my piece pretty thoroughly at this point. Obviously, I mean, as much as I can for like on the fly opinions anyway. Yeah, I think that should probably be it. Well, anywho, thank you so much, everybody, for watching me play Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I had a great time with this, even though I said for the most part that it ended up kind of being a 6 out of 10 game for me at the end of the day. I still had a lot of fun sharing it as a stream experience. Definitely added to the experience overall, getting to share my reactions to an Ace Attorney game for the first time with you guys, especially since, you know, I did a big Ace Attorney series and gushed my heart out over the original trilogy. I think that was a fun experience to be able to sort of share that sort of, you know, opinion building live, you know what I mean? And I look forward to doing it again in the future with plenty of other streams of other things. So, until we meet again, everybody, thank you so much for watching, and have a great day. Bye-bye! Care Bear and Ross for the $2. We love a banana lawyer. We do! Okay, bye.
No, you didn't think there wouldn't be a Last Judge cameo, did you? Oh, I've taken over the airwaves, and I'm here to say my piece, and it's, What was I gonna say? Bailiff, do you remember what I was going to say? No? I'm sure it will come to me by next time. Okay, goodbye, everybody. Hope you're having a good one.